Okay, I think, oh, whoops. I think we finally got it. Can you guys hear me now? Thank you so much for the compliment on my nails. I do actually love them. They're pretty nice. Yeah, there we go. It was, in fact, Windows doing a doozy on me, to be honest. There we go. Had to move myself over really quickly. Poof. Hello. Oh my gosh, I haven't streamed in such a long time. I tried to have everything together before stream, but apparently updating OBS puts everything on the fritz all the time. Yeah, Windows do be like that, honestly. Hello to everyone out there. This is a late night stream. I have much more energy than I should, actually. My name is Luminous Peak. I am your friendly neighborhood fae on sabbatical, here on Earth, figuring out all the fun things that you humans do. And today, like last time, like a month ago, we're building a keyboard. Vesper, it's always nice to see you. Thank you for dropping in. I really appreciate it. I had, is it a VTuber stream without Scuff? You are correct. You are correct. Is it a VTuber stream without Scuff? I don't think so. Also, I don't think my mouth is moving. Let's see what's going on with that. Let's see. Oh no. I wonder why. Okay, I did figure it out. Need more Lumi streams? Man, I need more Lumi streams. Lumi needs more Lumi streams. I have been wanting to stream, however, life has been lifing, so I have resolved to stream when I can and not beat myself up about it, even if it's few and far between. I think at the end of last year and the beginning of this year, there was so much drama happening in the VTubing sphere that I just decided like I needed a break. There was so much negativity going on, and there's still other scandals and stuff that have popped up, but I feel like I needed to free myself from the cycle of having to like comment on and being up to date with and doing everything. I've talked to people about this privately, and also just I've mentioned it on stream. I have a very active online or offline life. I touch grass very often. I'm busy doing lots of things. I'm an educator, so there's that. I also just have a very wide like circle of friends. I don't live online. Online is like a utility for me to use to contact people that I want to keep up with and that I like and that I'm interested in. But I have a lot of things going on outside. So when things get super hectic, I have to choose my priorities, right? I'm off Twitter, so I have no clue what's happening. Yeah, so like some of the stuff has been on Blue Sky as well, like repeat posting, you know, reposts and things like that. Just a lot of industry VTuber drama. I don't want to say, like, I try to keep up with enough to know what's going on, generally speaking, but I needed, like I said, I needed to free myself from the perceived obligation to like engage and be a part of it and comment on the things that were going on. There's a lot of corpo stuff going on, and I don't necessarily think that that's bad, you know, like the ups and downs of the industry and all that stuff just happens. But I feel like when indies are required to comment on it and like give their stance on every little thing for the sake of like followers who are more nuanced, I just get, I don't want to say overwhelmed, that's not correct, because I'm able to process and form complex opinions, right? I just don't feel, not overwhelmed, maybe like I don't know. It just turns me off, honestly. I know the Anna Valens stuff and a few other things, yeah, but I'm chilling, just keeping up with my own oomfies. Yes. I long to get to the stage where I can do that. I've been popping in and lurking on people's streams when I can, like between work and stuff. I feel like it's easier for folks that have lives outside of the internet to sort of get caught up in things, and that's pretty much what happened to me. I have a lot of friends who live online. I've been lurking in their streams. I've been saying hi here and there when I can. So I've been doing my best. Oh, really quick, I want to show off this cute little guy here. I want to unplug it because I'm afraid that if I do something with it, I'll like mess up the stream. There we go. Okay. So let me unplug that really quick. Button. It is a button. You can press the button. It does button things. Let me just, yes. Big red button. I posted about this when I decided to grab it, and I also posted again when I got it in the mail. I've decided to name this big red button Winter with a Y. Yes, very good button sounds. Also, my nails match. That's so interesting. I did not do this on purpose. It just so happens. It's almost exact, actually. It's crazy how close that is. Yes, button. Hi, Eternal. How are you? Now, this is an ambitious stream for me today. I do want to say that, first of all, before anything else. This is going to be very ambitious. It is almost 2 a.m. where I am, but I wanted to build this keep because it was interesting. I wanted it to be recorded, and I wanted it to be on stream. So I guess that's the life that we're living today. I'm so awake. Oh, no. You shouldn't be. You're in the same time zone as me. No. So if you are at all interested in, or I guess just want something playing in the background, it'll just be this. I might switch up the music at some point, maybe. I haven't really decided, to be honest. For anyone who happens to remember my last stream, or you've watched any of the previous VODs, this is not a new desktop, but it's not desktop, desk mat, but it is a different desk mat than before. I'm gonna unplug this keyboard and lift it up so you can see. I've got like a wrist rest here. It came with one of my other boards. I finally unpacked it and it's just been living here on my desk. So this is the Amaterasu desk mat. I've had it for a little while. OGs might remember it from a previous stream, but I own too many desk mats, but not nearly as many desk mats as I do keyboards, so. We're trying to huff the copium with the number of keyboards that we own. We're huffing the copium. Vesper, you were around when I first got this desk mat, so I'm not surprised if you remember it. I think I'm a little too close to my mic. I might be blowing it out, actually. Which is wild, because it's turned down from usual. Okay. Yeah, all right. So I'm just gonna get started because it's gonna take a while for me to even get through this build. We've done a lot of QWERTY keys QK builds, which have been very simple, kind of like snap up, snap on. All I have to do is put the switches in. Oh snap, that reminds me, I did not grab the switches I'm using for this build. I have to do that. So this one will take probably a little longer than usual. I'm hoping it won't, but I don't make the rules. So give me a moment. I'm actually going to go grab the switches that I need. I think I have everything else. Question mark? I think I have everything else. So we'll see how the rest of this goes. Excuse all the scuff. I haven't streamed in like such a long time. So this is gonna be full of scuff. Alrighty, I am in fact back. Now the question is, music. Do I want to swap the music for this stream? It's been 84 years. Yeah, it has been 84 years. It has been, in fact, 84 years. Let's see. What do we want to do? Do we want... I guess technically it's what I want, but do we want different BG? Do we want one of our nerdy playlists? There are, in fact, things that can be done. Let's see. I think we could... I think I know what we're gonna do. We'll probably play one of like the Kubo music lists because his lists are cool. So let's stop our BGM and we'll play something of his. Okay. How is the volume for you guys? It's super loud in my headphones, but that's because I always play it loud. Very nice. Volume okay, so I won't change anything for you guys. It's me who has to change. And I have. Cool. It's good? Cool. All right. So we've got the perfect volume. I didn't have to change any settings from last time, so thank goodness for that. I feel like OBS tries to screw me over all the time when it comes to that kind of stuff. So, oh man, I haven't put together this keyboard or anything like it together before. It's interesting. Okay, I'm gonna grab the whole box and bring it up here. All right, here we go. Just for the unboxing experience. It's this big ass box. It says Hans 80 Neo because that's the name of the board. And then when we open it up, we've got this fucking thing, which is like the biggest block of hard ass foam I think I've ever seen. Have a nice sleep, Vesper. And thank you for leaving me on lurk. I appreciate that. Oh my God. Okay. I only inspected this enough to make sure I wouldn't be doxing myself by opening it. So it looks like most of the keyboard components are in here. All the stuff that we need, all the stuff that we want. And this is the main case. Oh God. Okay. And see, I was wondering if this red here was gonna be a similar red to this. I feel like on camera they look similar, but in person, this is like just a tad more red. It's just a tad more red, and this is a tad more orange. I'm not sure if it's immediately apparent. This is just a little more red. Unfortunate, I was hoping they would be matching. So we got that on the inside. This is just an interesting looking board, generally speaking. I'm gonna take the plastic off of it and hopefully show it off a little bit. These are the internal components, so I'm not gonna touch these. Let me get this off the desk. Whee. Okay. So, as you can tell from the card, this is the Hans Neo. This is the 80%, so most people call this the Hans 80 version 2.1. Now, from what I could tell on the website, you can see, yes. This guy enjoys the idea of releasing keyboard products that are in a similar fashion to like magazine seasonal stuff. And so he's got this really stylized kind of thing going. So we've got some code number stuff here for, I think this is like which unit it is. It's just cute. It's just a nice little touch, the little holographic. Thanks for your purchase and have a nice typing time. Oh, focus. There we go. As per usual with these sort of builds, this is like a very Chinese inspired build. Usually Chinese designed keyboards, that's what I'll say, because most of them are made in China, right? But Chinese designed keyboards have like a bunch of detail. And they tend to be very stylized in terms of the accents and branding and stuff. And this is not any different, obviously. We've got all these bits up here on the sides. We have all these accents. Even just these symbols on the side. And these are like physically embossed. You can like actually, it's textured, right? We've got these bits here on the bottom. I have no clue how I'm gonna take this apart. I have to open up the build guide for that. I've got the build guide somewhere. I'll have to open it up. But that's interesting. I know for sure there's like a side knob. Yeah, here we go. There's a knob that goes here that you have to install. And then of course there's just all this stuff on the back, right? The grid here, that's textured. We've got the grid here that's textured. All of this is indented. It's just a very stylized board. And that's part of the reason why I wanted it, honestly. I kind of rushed to buy this before the tariffs hit, because there's no way. There's no way I was paying like 200% tariffs on this. Okay, so before anything else, I want to check out some of the inner components. I heard for this board that I'm going to have to use plate mounted stabs. For anyone who doesn't know, it's basically, they're just two different types of stab cutouts. If you don't know what stab is, it's short for stabilizer. Those are the supports that go underneath any of the very long keys on a keyboard. So like your enter key, your space bar, that kind of stuff. There are plastic supports under those keys because they're extra long, and those are called stabilizers because that's what they do, right? They stabilize those keys. Goodness. I have a feeling that because this is I hate to say, like, I don't want to say old school, but it feels like the appropriate term. This is a traditional keyboard build. I'm probably going to need the guide. I wonder. Let's see. I wonder. If I can put this in its own window. I think I can. So, alrighty. So I've got the build guide up. Hopefully, I have all the components. There's so many components. Good Lord. Oh God, flip to the back, admire the Hans 80 design, and prepare to disassemble the case. Good Lord. Okay, so I actually do have to disassemble the case first. That's wild. But at least they told me, I guess. Hilarious that the instructions say admire the design. Now the real question is, did they provide screws? Or rather, did they provide the screwdrivers? Or do I have to have my own? It looks like they gave some hex screws, but I kind of don't want to fuck with that. So I guess I'll use some of mine. We'll have to see. So they want me to start with the back and remove these. That's my guess. Oh my Lord, am I gonna have to take this whole thing apart and then put the whole thing back together? I think that's exactly what they're gonna have me do. Great. Okay, well, let's see. Does this fit or is this too, no, that's correct. This is gonna be a time. This is gonna be more of a time than I thought it was gonna be. Great, love that for me. They were confident about their board. They sure were. They sure were confident. All right, well, I guess we're gonna start here. I don't actually know. I have zero clue how much of this I'm gonna have to take apart to be able to put the board together. But the build guide is starting off with that. I kind of want to scroll to see. They're not asking me. They are not asking me to do the internals first. They're asking me to unscrew everything first. Yeah, okay. the do the shit yourself part, it doesn't come in until later. So, okay, I see how it is. I guess it's just so complicated to take apart, they wanted to address that part first. Now the question becomes, how many components am I gonna have to put to the side when I actually start to fill out the middle of the board? I wonder if I should see, I'm torn between wanting to just do the internal components anyway, but I don't want to put it together and then and then find out later that they did it in this order for a specific reason. Like, you have to put them together or take them apart a specific way. Oh, did this not have any screws? These did not have any. Okay. Crazy work. It says remove the 4 screws on the back of the aluminum case. And then remove the screws on the front side. But there are no screws on that front side. So let's see. Okay. So I should be able to take this off, right? Yeah, okay. And then it says remove the anodized aluminum case. So I guess, oh, these are bigger. Well, we're already minus points because it's not the same type of screw like all the way through. I mean, I guess that comes with the territory, but I do think it says something that they couldn't make the screws like all the same size for convenience. What if I was a person that didn't have a tool set? What if this was my first keyboard? That's the thing that I always think, right? What if this was not my first, or was my first keyboard? Then we're just like SOL, right? But I guess they gave you all the hex pieces, so like it's fine. I hate hex pieces are so, you know. Okay, so that's how it comes apart. So the only thing holding this together are these two pieces on the side here. That's such an interesting design. That's such an interesting design. Okay. And then it says remove the bolts on the side. I don't think they put the bolts on the side. I don't think this was pre-assembled. So there's supposed to be a bolt here and one here. But I think mine are in the bag, hopefully. It says, if tight, avoid using pliers. And then the production version should allow easy removal. I think they just decided not to put them in there. Let me confirm that they're in the box first, because if they're not, then I'm in deep shit. Okay, yes, they're in the box. This is what they look like. These are bolts that go on the side. Instead of having us remove them, they just didn't screw them on. Cool, cool, cool. I'm gonna store this up here so I don't forget. And then what next? Remove the top, cover and prepare for installing the inner component. Okay, so since this is to install the inner components, what I'm gonna do is set this to the side because I've basically opened up all the important stuff. So it's easy access to the case. So I'm going to set this to the side and then we'll work on the internals. I'm gonna double check to make sure that I'm not missing anything. Let's do some scrolling. Scrolling, scrolling, scrolling. Okay, so yeah, there's leaf springs to install. Do I want to do the leaf springs now? Actually, yeah, I think I do. I think I want to actually, let me bring the case back. I'm going to install the leaf springs. For anyone who doesn't know what a leaf spring is, it's basically a long, thin piece of metal that's used to support the PCB and give it some bounce. I'm gonna physically show you the leaf springs. Let me just grab them real quick. If this was your first, you just suffer. Sorry, I was looking at the build guide. If this was your first, you just... So to be fair, the build guide does have pictures and it does show pretty clearly where everything is. I think the most intimidating part of this for a newcomer would be being worried about ruining something, right? Like if you come in and you're like scared to do anything on your board because you might break it, then this would be a problem, right? I feel like that's the biggest thing. But in terms of if you can do it, I think it's very doable. It's just a lot of steps. We haven't even started doing the internals yet. Preliminaries. It's been a long time since I've had a old school, quote unquote, style, traditional style build. A lot of the, it looks like the leaf springs just sort of fell out of their container. So I gotta go grab them all. I want to adjust this. There we go. These nails do not make it easy to grab these leaf springs. That might be part of it, not sure. Okay, there's one more, I think. I'm trying to make sure that I also have all of the, the screws for installing things. think that's the last leaf. And oh, there's like a little gift in here, a little gifty. Oh, it's a F13 key. Come on. That's cool. F13 key. Give it a little pizzazz. Okay. There's so many extra things for this board. I gotta make sure I have everything. Okay, I'm pretty sure that these go with the spring leaves. And I think these are all the smaller hex screw. So I guess we'll be attempting to do that next. Again, I literally have not even... I haven't done any of the internal stuff yet, so we're just here. Are these magnetized? Okay, cool. There's at least that. All right, so it looks like... we're just gonna install these here to these screw holes here. It doesn't say anything about if it needs to be particularly loose or anything. It just says install them. And already this screw does not want to go in. I mean, like it's going in, but it's fighting. It's fighting for its life. So I guess we're going to do this. That is one tough screw hole. I don't even know how much further I can get this one in. Something about that feels kind of off to me, but I guess it's fine. It's staying relatively still. Okay, I guess. I wonder what like these are gonna do in like the grand scheme of things. Oh. Maybe these aren't the correct screws? Yikes. Okay, it looks like there's a few different kinds in here. They literally just threw all the screws in here at once. So now I'm wondering if these longer ones are supposed to be in here instead. Whoops. And that's how I know we'll be here until 5 a.m. I'm sure. I'm wondering if these are just spares for the external case, these short ones. So let's see. So if I'm lucky, we'll have an easier time getting this in than we did the other one. Yes, no, yes. No, that doesn't feel easier. That sure does not feel easier. Nothing about that felt easier. So we're not gonna do that. Shakes fist at the guide, right? Shakes fist. Make sure you have all the components, it said. I definitely have all the components. But which components should be used where is the big question. see. Okay. So my guess is it'll have to be those small ones. It'll have to be those tiny ones. In fact, if I can find the smallest ones, yeah. Okay, so these are all the same. There's some longer ones, and those are probably different. That's gonna be a whole thing, isn't it? All right. Okay. All right. I'm gonna start at the bottom just to see if it's just the way those holes are cut, because it's entirely possible that it could be that. It could just be that those particular, the tolerances for those holes are just more difficult. And that one did go in easy, this one here on the bottom. So I think that might be the case. I think it might just be that the tolerances for some of the holes are just really tight. Yeah, I think that's what it is. Okay. So my instinct was right. We were doing okay the first time. So we're just gonna spend some time screwing this shit in. Oh, yeah, that screw went in super easy. I think I just got bad luck with whatever screw it was I picked the first time. I actually like this instrumental. If someone put like a harder percussion on it, it could be like a really good boom bap beat. I don't know if anyone else knows or enjoys boom bap hip hop out there. However, I do. Okay, more of these short ones. These short screws. There's a part of my heart that wants to say, tonight is when you decided to do this. However, this keyboard's gonna look so cool. It'll be worth not having any sleep. We get it all the way in. Close enough, I think. I think we did actually get these. All right. So let's finish the top here. I just want to note here for everyone that even these components have the company name on them, like the branding. Isn't that crazy? That they brand it even like, come on. That they branded even this part. Like that's insane. That's crazy. And this keyboard costs like an actual arm and a leg. I feel like a lot of keyboards have become cheaper to make these days. I don't want to say cheaper in terms of quality, right? Although obviously you can find like cheap keyboards. Like there are advertisements for them all the time. They're very popular now, you know, especially because like AliExpress is like a thing. But even just like designer keyboards have just become cheaper to make, which is like amazing for people who want to start in the hobby. I think my end game keyboard at the time that I entered the hobby was like $800, including like some extra stylized components. It's the Egyptian keyboard that I show off sometimes on stream. The one that has the brass Sphinx arrow keys. because I'm an insane person. I got like a whole extra weight to go on the back of that, like a stylized weight, because I'm crazy and I love Egyptian things. So like now you can get a cool stylized keyboard for like under 300, which is still a lot of money, like don't get me wrong, but I'm just saying comparatively it's cheaper. Ooh, you have an Aru? Yes. Most of the chats for my streams don't actually, they're not like super keyboard hobbyists, so. But yes, I have an Aru. I love the Aru. I think I'm insane in the brain about keyboards because I also want the Elysium. Maddening. I do not need an Elysium, but it's just such a special fucking board. Like, how could I not? Helix Lab just does good stuff. Welcome, Doozy. I know you are new to this stream because I see you're a first-time chatter. My name is Luminous Peak, and I stream keyboards and games. My streams have been pretty sparse these days, but I got the Hans 80 and it's such a cool looking board. I couldn't just build it to myself. I wanted to have it recorded. The Aru is such a pretty board. It is. It is. Have you seen it? Do you own one? I have to ask because there's, I mean, a lot of people get to go to like keyboard meetups these days, and they get a lot of experience with their boards that way, which is great. Love me a good keyboard meetup. And Helix Lab did like a bunch of crazy fucking colors for that board as well. They had like some limited edition paint splash ones and stuff like that. I was a part of their Discord pretty much through the whole process because I wanted one so bad. I am a big heckin' Yu-Gi-Oh fan, so I happened to enter the hobby at exactly the right time. I had the money, I had the power. Okay, so some of these are extras, I think. And I'm just gonna put these back in the bag. I don't own one, but I've seen one of the ones that have the ombre looking finish. I think it was purple and gold. Yeah, I saw pictures of the purple and gold one when it came out of the factory. It looked so good. If I wasn't such a, like, if I had the cash, I would have gotten more than one, which is a bad idea. I'm glad I didn't have the cash. This is a terrible idea. I don't know why anyone would make those decisions. Okay, the build guide should say that I can put together the rest of the board now. Okay, I should have just did the internal components, the stabs and everything. I should have just did them from the beginning. But I don't know. It wouldn't be the first time I went to put together a board and then I rushed to do the inside and then read the instructions and they were like, oh, there's some extra step that you didn't anticipate that was required for this. So now, even though you've done the inside and you've put it together, you have to take the PCB apart so you can do whatever this is. So of course, the one time I actually decide to follow directions, right? That's the time I don't need to. Okay, so what I've heard in my travels is that the Hans 80 does better with plate mount stabs, and I do have those. Four, 6, 8. It should be 10 because it's a TKO. I gotta like double check. I knew these plate mounted stab components would come in handy someday. Some way, somehow. I knew it. Okay, I gotta clear clip these two, don't I? Yeah. 2, 4, 6. Oh, that's too many. 8, 10. I have my stab wires somewhere. The question is, what did I do with them? Hang on, guys. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab the... Let's see if I can bring this in. The question is, will we stay here? Okay. Oh, did we freeze? It looks like we froze. Let's see. It feels like the whole thing froze. That's a little crazy. Let's see what we can do about that. Crazy that the camera is bugging out like this. Okay, here we go. Yes? No? Maybe? Okay, I guess the camera just bugged out for a second. It doesn't seem like it was the stream. No, it was just the camera. Okay. I guess it went a little crazy. All right, I'll be right back. I gotta go get my stab wires. Haha, just kidding. Just kidding. It's not like my stab wires were right up under the container for my switches or anything. Nope, none of that going on here. Don't know what you're talking about. Alrighty. So now that we've taken the board apart, it's not that crazy to take apart and put together. It's just more than I was anticipating. So we've got OG cherry stabs. I got plate mounted, which is what was recommended. And we're gonna do some clipping. For anyone who happens to be watching a VOD or who is new to my streams or keyboarding in general, basically the inner components here are made with these little leggies on the end. So let's see if I can, well, that's not the way I want you to face. It's these little leggies right there. They basically just cause a lot of extra rocking and rattling on the stabs. They were originally made for cushioning to like dampen the sound or feel, but the trade-off for how rattly sometimes the stabilizers can become is not worth it, so most people just trim them off. I want to say stab components that are newer don't really have these, but these are the old tried and true cherry ones. They're cheaper to buy, and they are cheap to the point where it's worth having to chop them off, honestly, for the amount of money you save. You can also buy these in bulk. Usually the newer, more modern stabs are a whole kit. They're like a kit of stabs for just one board, and they're super expensive comparatively. I want to say and note that I have used them before, like the newer stabs. I like newer stabs. Like, you can go back, if you're watching any of like my VODs on YouTube or whatever, I have a bunch of stabies. I bought like a shit ton of stabies, which is like one of the newer stabilizer kits, and they're really good. It's just at a certain point I was looking at my budget and was just like, hey, literally not having stabs is stopping me from building my boards, and I can't afford to buy in bulk and spend like $100 on like a pack of stabs just so I can do a couple of builds. There must be a better way. And there is a better way. The better way here is buying the OG components in bulk and just doing the snipping yourself. Now, I want to say I went through the phases of being a newbie at this hobby. I would argue I'm still a newbie at this hobby, to be completely honest, despite owning a bunch of boards and having been here for a few years. Because I'm just not, I don't know, the sort of... This stuff just doesn't come, I guess, like second nature to me the way it does some other people. So what I'll say is, I did a bunch of research on cherry clip-ins to see what the quality difference was like. And they've been doing well for me so far. I like cherry clip-ins with the Geon wires, but dang, TX stabs are so quick and easy. Just wish they weren't so expensive. So TX stabs are really good. I also like Staby stabs. I also like OwlLab stabs. Whenever I get a QK board and it comes with its own pack of OwlLab stabs, I use those. The Neo ones I don't use, but the QK ones I do use. And it's nice that they come with their own stabs, because then I don't have to buy any, right? TX ones are very easy to use. You usually just pop them in. I actually bought these by accident, just because I almost never use plate mounted stabs anymore. Most builds don't require them. I meant to buy the screw-in ones, but these were so cheap. They only cost me a few dollars to get like a bag of 100 in bulk. And then I just was like, oh, well, that only cost me like $20 for like 100 pieces. So I'll just spin the block on 100 more for the for the PCB minus have the screw-ins. It was definitely worthwhile. Is this BDC container empty, or is this the new one? I don't know. Let's figure it out together. Oh, this is the old one. It's almost empty. It's not quite empty. It's almost empty. So I guess we'll use the last of this and then crack open the new one. So I'll leave that there because that's the old one. We'll put this one here. It's the new one. And then I need some 205. Do I have a palette that has some on there already? Let's look in our trusty drawer. I do. Cool. Good thing they're getting some UC. Yeah, I'm so excited, actually. I don't think I can't even tell you the last time I've had to use any type of, whoops, almost used the wrong brush. I cannot tell you the last time I had to use any type of plate mounted stabs. To be fair, most of my boards are like QK boards at this point. I have way too many QK boards. They're not all QK boards, but QK's really good price has allowed me to get in on trying a couple of things or getting some cool colors. So that's just where we've been at for the last while. I'm gonna hop into a couple of my friends' Discords and tell them, hey guys, I got to use some plate mounted stabs. Never mind that I've got like, I don't know, a million more. Oh, you know what this makes me wonder? This makes me wonder if, okay, so TLDR, I clearly bought these and then had to get the screw-in stabs. I wonder if I put some plate mounted stabs together and balance the wires and all that in a previous stream and then forgot. Let me check my shelf, because if I have them and I don't have to do this, that will cut down on a lot of time. Let me see. Okay, so the answer is a twofold: good news and bad news. The good news is I did a set of plate mount stabs. The bad news is I definitely tossed them. I know I tossed them because I found the bag that was labeled. It literally was an empty bag that was labeled bullshit plate stabs. So that's okay. At least I know I did it at some point. To be honest, it was months ago. It was like months and months and months and months ago. Maybe even close to like a year ago. It was definitely long enough for me to have looked at it at some point and said, if I haven't used them by now, I'm probably not going to use them. It's okay. It's okay. This is not the worst part of building a board, so. And to be honest, the worst part of building a board varies quite wildly depending on the board. When I put together the Aru, let me tell you, doozy, I was sick of that board when I put it together. Because I was a noob. I didn't actually understand much about the components, but I wanted to learn. So I ended up buying the 4mm brass plate that was optional with the board. Crazy work. It was, I don't want to say it was a terrible decision. Now that I have a greater knowledge of the hobby, I actually really like that plate. But at the time, I didn't really know why I would like it, if that makes any sense. So let me tell you, putting the switches, putting those bitches into that plate, excruciating. -10 out of 10 would not do again. And I say that as a person who rebuilt the board. 4mm brass is why it is. It is wild. It's so thick. It's so thick. And at the time, what I was thinking was just like, okay, but listen, I don't understand the significance of this now. Like, obviously I looked for it, right? Like, I did look things up to try to see like what the difference of like 4mm brass would be acoustically, right? But none of the answers were really conclusive. A lot of people on Reddit were just arguing about if they thought it was a good idea or not. And I'm like, well, that doesn't tell me like on a technical level what it actually does so I can make a decision. So I'm just gonna get it. Because if I don't get it, it is unavailable, then I'll have a problem. The board originally came with FR4. FR4 sounds okay, but I like the 4mm better. I just, at the time, I didn't know I was gonna like it better. I've seen people do like 5mm PC or 5mm nylon, but yeah. So let me tell you, trying to get the switches in that plate, because at least PC and nylon, those are like plastics, right? So even if they're thick, they're still softer plastics. It's not brass. Trying to push your switches into... I had to come up with like a system of leverage for like every switch. It took me like almost an hour, maybe like 40 minutes. I'll lowball it because it may not be as dramatic as I remember. My fingers, done, cooked. You could see all of the like, they were basically red on all the tips with like all the effort of like pushing and crazy work. I think putting together that board is part of what made me... Did the brass plate make the thing crazy heavy though? So it did make it heavier because brass is like kind of, it's not the densest metal, right? But it is pretty dense for like regular everyday use. It did make it heavier, but I've had heavier boards. I also have the Heracles 80, which is like a 9-pound board. So it's really hard for me to like say it's crazy heavy when I have that board. Cause that board is crazy heavy. The Heracles is like, it weighs as much as a literal baby human child, so. But yeah, the brass did make it heavier. I feel like the board was already heavy though, given like all the embossed components and everything. I don't think it made it like extraordinarily heavier because with the weights and everything, I just don't, it just doesn't feel like it got that much more heavy to me. Oh Lord, okay. I gotta remember how to freaking put in plate stab components. But I'm pretty sure I got it. Yeah, okay, this is it. Okay, the rest of them won't be as messy as this. And then I think that mine is probably a little heavier than some other folks because I also got the brass Sphinx arrow keys. I don't always keep them on because like if I'm typing on it, obviously I don't want my fingers all over the brass. But the 2 keyboard meetups I've taken it to, I'll dress her up, you know, get the old ooh ahs, you know. There we go. That's the way it's supposed to go in there. I remember. I appreciate your taste in boards. I had to look up a picture of the Heracles. That thing is Bezel City. It is Bezel City. So here's the thing. I can't even say low key at this point. I'm high-key addicted to boards, and I'm a very like graphic design is my passion sort of person. So each of my boards has become like a love letter to some aesthetic or theme. The Heracles 80, I will say, I got because that back weight goes crazy. The titanium weight, I was like, that's crazy. I need to own it today. And I was willing to, I was able to pay for it in installments thanks to PayPal, so we made it work. The Aru is just because I'm a huge weeb. I'm in love with the Yu-Gi-Oh! Original franchise, so like the Egyptian board, I had to do it. S.A. Ramses was in IC around that time too. I had to do it to him. This hobby has bankrupted my life, but I'm surrounded by pretty keyboards. And isn't that what's important? PayPal credit is the goal. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I think the Aru I was actually able to buy outright because it was like the beginning of the pandemic and I was saving money from not having to commute to work. Like, so that made it easy. Everything else, crazy. And I've just never looked back since, even though I absolutely should. I should definitely look back. But I love pretty, you know, boxes on wedge. And this is no different. This is an aesthetically pleasing board. It's one of the more unique ones. I think the only aesthetic board I've not been able to get that I wanted to was, oh, I can't remember it, the name of it specifically. It was definitely, it was a 60%, which is usually a no-no for me. But it was themed on like the sea and waves, and it had like some very creative weight forms on the back of it. The name of it starts with an N. I might pause to look it up at some point. But it was a sexy board. I almost always do PayPal credit to make monthly payments, so it kind of forces me to chill out on. Yes, I also do that. I was supposed to be chilling out on keyboard purchases when I got this board. However, I absolutely needed to beat the potential tariffs. I was not gonna pay additional on top of the cost of this board. So even though I should have chilled out, I did not chill out. Oh, too much. Let's even that out a little bit. The QK boards have made it easy to make like low stakes keyboard purchases though. I've gotten kind of spoiled on them. And I know what people have said. You know what, let me just be frank. In the beginning, the QK boards all had the same kind of foamy sound. And I think that they still can, but they've made a lot of boards that are functional without their signature PE foam sounds. So at this point, they're really just going for seeing how many features and aesthetics they can fit into their boards for a low cost. And I appreciate that, so I have indulged in some of those. Totally understandable. The tariffs have been, they sure have. So I bought like a couple of Neo boards. I bought this one, the Han 80. And then this wasn't a purchase made because of the tariffs, but I also got the Duality in the mail, I think maybe 2 weeks ago. I have to build that one also, but this one I wanted to build first. Duality was absolutely my shit. I know that not everyone in the community, you know, like approves of the pagan messaging or whatever. I think that shit's sick as fuck. I got it. really appreciate the Neo and QK boards for giving people the chance to get knife boards for yes, exactly. Especially stuff like split ergo and the tinted yes. So I got the tinted Alice that they did recently. I wasn't going to at first, but they released a very pretty teal color. I don't have any boards that are that color. I haven't seen a board that has been that teal. Usually you get kind of like the pastel colors, and you can get close to that, like maybe almost like a Tiffany sort of thing. But that board was true teal, so I made it happen. I think there was like a discount or something happening too. Like it was only like 10% off or something like that, but 10% off of almost 200 is something, you know, nothing to sneeze at. So and I just told myself, like, well, the tariffs will make it impossible to get another board after this anyway. And now we've been up and down with like what counts, what doesn't count. It's just been a time. Okay. Cool. I didn't have to actually dip into any of the 205 jar. The Neo boards I like a lot. At first I thought I have a QK65, like one of the OGs. I bought it because they had a green color. I really like green. But the Neos haven't been bad either. I started with the Neo 70 because 70% is my favorite keyboard type. I'm not sure. Well, I want to say I'm not sure if you can tell from my collection, but I think you can. I own at least like 70%. I'm not proud to admit that. But after I got that one, I got two of them. The sound was really great. I didn't need all the foam to get a good sound. And so I started slowly trying. I think I got the Neo 80 and then the Neo Ergo. And those are cool. I like all of those. Damn, that reminds me, there's a board someone's doing that's the colorway of GMK Hyper Bay. Yes, so I saw that. I can't remember if it's Gian, but I do know that someone did it. I'm not sure if it's up for group buy now or if it's still an IC, but I remember I saw Black Simon do a review of it. Like of the listing, like the components, and trying to decide is it a worthwhile purchase and whatnot. I wonder, okay, I'm looking at my catalog to see how many 70% I have because I have too many. I just want it to count because it's some absurd number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I do think it's 7. Yeah, 7. Oh no, 8. That's a 70 plus XT. So 8. I have 8 of them, and that's too many. Too many. We know it's too many, but it is what it is. I actually do type a lot. I want to say that I type a lot. I type a lot for work. I write in my leisure time. So 65 was where I drew the line at first because I needed the arrow keys, but 70% is chef's kiss. Chef's kiss. I get my nav keys. I can do without the F row. So 70, I was kind of addicted to it. Never enough. Tell my bank account that. I had a conversation with my mom once because she gets concerned about cubes occasionally. She settled on, well, it could be drugs. You're not doing drugs though. They're just keyboards. So I think I'll be okay with that. And it's true, but it makes me feel bad to even have to say that. Is that my last 7U bar? It sure the fuck is. Oh no. No one liked that. I am thinking I can slow down now. At this point, I have almost every color, almost every anything. I could possibly want in terms of a combination. At this point, if I go to grab another board, it would have to just be because like something like the Han 80, right? Where I just like the design so much, like I gotta have it. Hopefully there won't be that many boards that are like that. Hopefully. I need the community to stop being creative. Alrighty, my most dreaded section is balancing the wires. We'll see. I can already tell that's garbage. I feel you. I just got my F1 8X V2. Oh man! In another life, where the budget lined up with the timing, I'd have one of those. It's almost totally satisfied all my cravings, so I've taken a step back from buying. I too hope to be in that phase of my life. I had a really good run, I will say, at the end of last year. I think at the end of last year, I pretty much went almost the whole back end of 2024 without buying anything. So I feel like I got close. What's bent here? And, it looks like it's laying flat, but it's still making noise. Why? I can physically see nothing's lifted, but it's still ticking just a little bit. I guess technically the middle is the slightest touch. Because if I do anything more serious, I'll fuck up the whole thing. No, it's definitely the center of the bar. It's bent a little too far up in the center. That sounds worse. I've got Gian. Yeah, these. I feel like I'm just gonna mess this up because like the spacebar is just the easiest one to fucking, because it's so long. I am jealous that you have the the F18. Oh man. Okay, yeah. Maybe I'm going too soft. I feel like the moment I apply more pressure though, I'm gonna fuck up the bars in like the other direction. But yeah, I'm totally jealous. The feel supposedly on that board is unmatched. And I feel like most of my tastes have been catered towards aesthetics mostly. Not that my boards don't sound or feel good. I've never had any problem with them. I actually think I'm more picky about sound than feel. Personally, that's a pattern that's emerged in my journey. Still, it's like very slightly better, but not quite, honestly. Now watch me overshoot it, because I use a little more force. Oh, that's actually better. I paid a bit of a premium because I bought it secondhand before the, oh, I see, okay. This is better. I don't think I overshot it. I think I actually could bend these a little more. Maybe if I do that again, they'll be perfect. The spacebar is always the worst. still hear it. It's so slight. I feel like we're back where we started, where the middle side, the middle is up higher. But I feel like if I fuck with the middle, I'm definitely gonna fuck this up. I swear to God, stab tuning is like the bane of my existence. The F1 is kind of particular in what switches and stabs feel good with it, but it's awesome. It's a little boring to look at, but the quality of it is off the... Yeah. And I mean, I would have liked to have one, for sure. I think I bought one of the Matrix boards that had some kind of collab with Gian. Maybe it came with Gian stabs or something like that back when he was first prototyping them. I can't remember. This stab did not want to do the thing I wanted to do. Oh, it is quieter on this side. Perhaps I've been struggling all along for nothing. Interesting. This side is perfect. This one is like, I do have some boards that are boring to look at least in terms of the design, but there's usually something like the color or the keycaps I've matched it with. I don't know. I'll have to go back and like actually look. Oh, this is so close to being perfect. But I can tell it'll rattle if I let this go. If I let this go, I'll be so mad. I can't even bother with wire balancing. You're definitely more patient than me. I've cut so many corners that it comes to lubing or stab tuning or whatever. It's usually just the space bar that's the worst one. And these are like the CannonKeys, the CannonKeys wires that are specially made to go with the cherry clip-ins. So they're usually pretty good. Oh, that side's perfect. It's truly just that one side on the right. And I can see it. I can see where the corner is like tipped up. But it's fairly quiet. I haven't fucked it up yet, so maybe. The sound of a rattly wire is just like, I mean, I used to do like Band-Aid mods and stuff back in the day. Okay, yeah, I freaked it. I went overboard. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. I went overboard. All right, let's see if we can go back the other way. Let's see if we can go back the other way. I lost my patience and fucked it up. Let's see. I feel like I can undo my mistake with a little elbow grease. Oops. My preference is like, oh, that's so perfect. What's wrong with the other side? What is the other side doing? It's lifted. Whoops, 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 whoops. I saw that turned all the way around. So let me put that back. Yeah, this side is perfect. This side lifted a little more than it should. It's this corner right there. If I hear a rattle, I think I'll cry. I type too aggressively to be able to get away with it, so I just try really hard to like do well with the wires. The last couple times I've had, like, I've definitely taken a board apart specifically to deal with wire stuff before. Like, just, there's just like this little tiny something. And whenever I hear it, I hit the space bar and it's like, I've switched out entire boards where I'm just like, I actually don't have time to balance you right now and I'm not going to. So I guess you'll just die in the basement about it. I think that's why I don't even bother. I lose my mind if I did all this and they still ticked. Fair. But I will say with these wires, it's not so bad. They bend pretty, they hold their shape pretty well when you bend them. It's something about the coating that CannonKeys puts on them. So once I've got them perfect, I know that I've got it. And then also, there's a part of me that feels satisfied that I'm getting my money's worth out of these Geon wire balancers. I'm not using enough force, but I feel like when I use too much, I'm gonna fuck it the other way. That's exactly what I did, isn't it? Oh no, perfection! Okay, we're not, listen, too much of a good thing. We're gonna sit this right there. Let's take a look at these other ones. No, usually the 2Us are good.
Under the moon,
No.
set you free. Put your trust in me.
Vocals.
I'll be the woman of your dreams.
No. Instrumentals only, please. Thank you. I have a JL1 that has had a borked space bar forever and I just never use it because and see, I feel that like 100%. I feel that 100%. I feel like I've spoiled myself. At this point, I've spoiled myself because I own so many fucking boards that when something's not working the way I want it to, I'm just like, well, I'll just put you in the basement for a while and I guess I'll come back to you at some point. And it's like, you can't do that. So I try to force myself to oh God, where did it go? Oh, it's over here. I've tried to force myself to actually take a look and try. It's just that side. It's just that right side. To fix it like when I discover something's wrong. Because if I don't fix it right when I find something's wrong, then I'll just never touch it again. Ooh, so close. And I know that that's so privileged to say because it's like you own that many boards, so the least you can do is keep up with them. But like, I don't know, man. Sometimes. Okay, perfect. Oh no, that's rattly as hell. That's worse. What is this? It's also my only board that has a 6.25U. Yeah, and I haven't wanted to pay up to get a custom. Yeah, fair enough. I have so many boards. I have so many. Oh, it's just gross. The right side is tilted like to an obnoxiously disgusting degree. I feel like because I have such a variety, it just makes me lazier. I feel like even if that wasn't your only one, you would just switch to it. I got a custom plate cut for something. I think it was my Tomo. Yeah, the TGR Tomo. I got a PP plate cut for it because I didn't quite like the sound of the original PC. I just had too many PC boards at the time, PC plate boards. And so also I like PP. I think that was like my very first PP plate. and it spoiled me. Ah, great, perfect. I didn't have to do that much. And I know everybody feels like the Tomo was a hype board, but I think it was pretty good, actually. Maybe I'm just, you know, uncultured swine or whatever, but I did actually like the board. I didn't buy it because it was a TGR board. My childhood nickname is Tomo, so once they released it, I was like, ah, must have. It's got my name on it. But that experience was pretty good, is my point in saying. I was really scared to get a custom plate. I was just, I don't know, worried somehow it would just be the worst. But it was pretty good. Who did you use to cut the plate? Hype key? Yes, it was hype key. It was hype keyboards. Oh my god. And it was a pretty good experience. I think I had seen someone else got a custom plate that was cut for it. So I was like, cool. Since someone else has recently gotten something from them, let me go ahead and grab it. And it was nice. They already had the file like available since someone else had already gotten it. So it was pretty fast. I pretty much just had to order it. I think the Tomo is a good board. It's still pretty easy to get, still pretty affordable, and it was a TGR project. Well, yeah. I feel like I came into the hobby too late to fully appreciate TGR. Like, people were still talking about TGR, and I have learned a bit more about them and like the some of their design language, some of the innovation that they brought to the hobby and everything, but not enough to, you know, like experience it. Yes, we got it. We're there. We're in there, boys. So I'm glad that I learned about it. But for me, it was mostly just the name thing. I didn't have that many 75s at the time. I might not have had any at the time, actually. And it was kind of a way for me to sort of sidestep experience the TGR brand. I've seen a lot of people say like TGR, like the Tomo is only technically a TGR project, so it doesn't count. But like, I don't know. I don't think Monoke would just have them slap their name on something. I think if their name is on it, they had some genuine input in design, you know, quality say and stuff like that. And I do enjoy that board. I actually eventually put it away just because if I used it, I would just keep it out and not use anything. Okay, let's see if I can remember how to... Okay, that was fairly simple. Worryingly simple. Too simple. Oh, that's too much lube. I think I put too much back. I feel you. I came into the hobby around 2019, 2020. I think I missed that. Yeah. So same, absolutely same. That is pretty much when I came in. I was learning about stuff in 2019 because I had bought one of those like rip-off typewriter, quote unquote, keyboard type things, because that was the feel that I was looking for. When I was in college at my job, we used like one of those old-fashioned IBM typewriters, like the electronic ones, and I really liked the feel of those keys. I did some research on typewriters and quickly found out that you can get them, but it's just so much to maintenance them and everything. So I was like, So I was looking for alternatives so I could have something stimulating to type on, and that's pretty much how I stumbled into the rabbit hole. So I missed so much. And I feel like like I've run into a couple of custom mechanical things before then, but I was a broke college student that knew I couldn't afford it, so I just didn't even like pretend that was gonna be in my life. But getting back into it was fun, and then I missed all of like the major innovative stuff, like TGR. There's been some cool videos on it though, so I'm not gonna complain too much. But being as in love with the hobby as I am now, I wish I could have been there. I'm sure my wallet doesn't, but I wish I could have been there. All right. I'm trying to think of, I did put together a board that was as big as this one recently, so if we're lucky. And these are plate mount too, so I might be able to not take forever putting all the switches in. We'll see. No promises. Okay. Man, I don't know. The way these stabs are looking, I forgot like how wobbly plate mounted stabs always look. Okay. Opening up the fresh new jar of BDZ. I think I knew that people were into keys as a hobby, but I had no idea customs were a thing until 2019. Oh shit! Oh my god! The whole thing, the whole BDZ came out of here. Sorry, I just wasn't expecting the whole thing to just. I'm not sure if you can see it, but like almost all the loom in the jar came out with the top. Crazy. I had a Corsair board for a long time, and my first custom was a Clippy, which was, yeah, that's rough. That's rough. I almost got a Ducky for my first custom. Well, I mean, not custom, but you know, like my custom-ish, large scale production but niche design you know, keyboard. But after falling into the rabbit hole, I think my first one was, so technically my first one was a plank, because I was very interested in seeing how they worked, like how the single, like the 1U setup worked. But also on top of that, I think they were on sale for like a ridiculously cheap price on Drop or something similar, like literally a sale. And I decided to get it just to see what it was like. I quickly realized I could not adapt to doing that, but it gave me the basics of like putting a board together from the very beginning without, you know, like risking fucking anything up, because it's just one use that you're plugging in, right? So that was a good practice board. And then I ended up with a, what is it? A Wamier Gamma K, one of those. And I also bought that one on purpose, specifically to practice doing mods. Because at that time, I had seen the Aru. I was waiting for the GB to happen, and I was like, so what we're not gonna fucking do is have that be our first board and then ruin it. So that's crazy. We're not doing that, is what I told myself at the time. And then after the Gamma K, I got a Keychron. At the time, they didn't have their custom line, so I just had the K6. I did some mods on that. That board is still hanging around. I actually passed it on to a family member, and they still use it. They like the way it feels. They like the way it looks. And that's crazy, because that's like years and years ago. I name all of my boards because I am a crazy keyboard lady, the same way that people are crazy cat ladies. So that board was named Vesuvius. And the bro actually still calls it that. people in his office also still admire that board, which is wild given how far customs have come. And then from there, I ended up with the Sangu 60, the shark board. And I thought at the time, foolishly, that those would be my only two boards. I thought, oh cool, I got like a cute little small one that I'm probably not going to use that much, and then I have like my big end-game design board. Because like, how can you over-design more than the Aru is what I thought at the time. I say while I'm putting together this board. That's precious, yeah. Yeah. At the time, I had talked myself into like, oh, well, if I have like one board for home and then like one board for work stuff, like that's fine, right? Like a little travel board, you know, a little travel board, and then a board for like serious work. It was downhill for me from there. Once I recognized, or once I realized that keycaps were a thing that could also be custom, it was over for me. It was over for me. Once I found out about the keycaps, it was a wrap. At that point, I was like, I can just design, like I can design a themed keyboard with the projects that are currently ongoing. Crazy. Why would someone give me this much power? Hilariously, I ended up waiting 3 years to get Cam Oceanfront to put on that Sangu 60. And my God, was it worth it? 100% worth it. I have zero regrets. The theme, the shark theme with the beach keys, amazing. 10 out of 10. One of my favorite boards visually that I've put together to this day. But it was the beginning of the end for me. S.A. Ramses came out and I was like, oh, I can put that on my Egyptian board, and it was over from there. I have to admit at this point in my life that part of the reason why I have so many boards is so I can show off the keycaps that are on them. And that's a really terrible way to make decisions in this hobby, but it is how I evolved. Oh man, the Cam and Cat keycaps took too long. They did. But as a person who is very visual about stuff in this hobby, what I can say is they all did deliver, and I should regret waiting that long for them. But I don't. I don't at all regret it. I should though. I want to just say for the record, appropriately, I should regret it. Any sane, rational human being would regret it. But every time I break out that song of 60, I look at the shark weight on the back, and then I flip it over, and I see the beach motif. I feel like it's worth it. I'm sure that there's other people out there who thought of that combination as well. I haven't seen it personally, but I'm sure someone else had to have had the idea. I just feel like it was worth it. But I'm also a crazy person, so that's very important to remember. Okay, so this is the plate. Oh, it's got all kinds of... All right, okay. We got all kinds of stuff in here. Do I need all the foam? That's the question. I feel bad for some of the people who got screwed over by vendors for things like Cat Slurp that ended up... So, yes, absolutely. So here's the thing. I've gotten so lucky. I definitely did get, I guess I will call it, scammed. I think most of the projects that I got stood up on were not exit scams. They were just the business fell under, right? with all the lapse from COVID and stuff. I think almost everything, if not everything, I was able to get back, like novel keys or something, bought the project and shipped it out. In some cases, thank you to them, very kind. Or the manufacturer in a couple of cases didn't ship to the vendor, so I was able to, I mean, effectively, unfortunately, buy it again at the manufacturing price. That happened with a couple of my Milky Way sets. I think it was, let's see, GMK Terror Below. That definitely happened with that. What was it? MW Barista, I think, was one of them as well. And then MW Heresy was one of the other ones. I'm trying to remember if there was one more, but I think that those are the main three that I got fucked over on. And I was able to buy back 2 of those. And then I think Barista... No, and Heresy, I think, got sent to me for free through Novel Keys. So, I mean, I came out lucky. I will say that I did get kind of scammery dude. It was the... What board was it? The XOX70? And I could have gotten it essentially for free, but I missed the window for Novel Keys. I didn't know that they had picked up the shipment because I wasn't in their Discord. And by the time I found out about it, it was too late. The MW projects got messy. I think Milky Way is selling keycaps on their own now because of... Yeah, they are. So they do both. They've streamlined their system of how they... Because I'm in their Discord. They've streamlined their system of when they release keycaps for shipping in terms of payment. And then on top of that, they also have offered themselves to basically be a vendor for extras. So they only send out so many extras. They usually keep theirs. And they had a site that was set up to vend the stuff that wasn't paid for also. Do I want the PE sheet on here? I feel like it's just gonna tell me to use all the things. Yeah, PCB, case foam, dampening foam. Yeah, I mean, I guess. All right. You want to know what's weird? Having instructions tell you to put the switches in first because it's plate mount stabs. Crazy work, personally. I'm sorry. Yeah, plate mount stabs. Correct. Come out. Come out. All right, here we go. This is going to be a doozy. The idea of stacking all of these and keeping them straight while I put everything in? Wild work. We'll do our best, though. And then I immediately push things to the side. I'm so smart. Got a bounce, but it was nice talking with you. Yeah, absolutely. Who originally did the XOX70? Yeah, it was Mexico. They didn't design it. It was a thick thock. It was a thick thock board, but Mexico was the vendor. Thanks for the stream and good luck with the build. Yeah, thank you. I'm pretty sure we're in the home stretch now. I think it'll turn out fine. Thanks so much for stopping by. All right, let's get in here. Let's get these switches. So for this build, we got some BSUN Cheesecake switches because I'm cheesy, pun intended. And I thought that these would go well with the color of the board since it's basically beige and red. I happen to get these just because, honestly speaking, I'm going to be honest. I really love tactile switches, and these are tactiles. These are tactiles. I see. So this foam is the case foam. What I'm going to do is reorient this and try to keep this in place while I put some of these in. It's always tough putting in plate stuff when it's like plate only with the steps, just because it's like, how do you see like through the thicknesses of everything where things are supposed to go? That's tough. That's so tough. Okay. Let's see. I really want to make sure this is laid correctly. So we're going to place these things carefully. So it does have holes for screw-ins, but it does say recommended, right? Recommended place stamp. So my guess is because of the cuts, the best is probably plate stamp. Oh man. So I'm gonna put this down to the side here. This is gonna be an interesting sounding build because there's so many components in it. I'm a little unsure about if I can stand to put this together without all the other things. See, this is just tough. I wonder. It's tough because I can't see where anything is supposed to go. Oh God, okay. Okay, so that did make it in. I did get that where it was supposed to go. So let me go ahead and remove it. Put the plate on top and see if I can get it in that way. So hopefully I can get this in here. Cool. And then I want to try to lock in a couple of other spots if we've got this aligned correctly. Just want to make sure everything's going through correctly. When you've got this much stuff, it's harder to make sure that everything is pressed in. Oh, and this has flex cuts in it too. Fuck. Okay. I feel like I'm gonna ruin my nail trying that, so. It's like the front part went in, but not the whole thing. So let's try it again and see if we can get this pressed in thoroughly. Is that just how? No, it's not. That is not how it goes in. Okay. Okay, yeah, the issue is the plates being pushed in by the switch. Hold on, I have my other switch remover is good for this. Let me go ahead and grab it. So because this is hooked to the way it is, these two at the ends, I usually use it for pulling out plates. Yeah, when we're dealing with plates that are like this specifically. So if you look, now they're flush. You can see the bottoms are flush up against the plates. And just looking at these here, so it'll be hard for you guys to see, but looking, you should be able to see when the prongs, the copper prongs from the switch are pushed through correctly. We're still gonna end up testing this PCB later, but it does help to know for sure that it's pushed in all the way. So ideally, and see, this is similar to, it's also not, the plate is getting pushed down. Okay. And see, this is a weird experience to have, because usually like switch forks are what people use to prevent stuff like this from happening with the plate. But I'm not using a switch fork specifically because there's so much foam in between. So there's a part that's kind of like, there's a part of me that's kind of like, why are we struggling so hard when we have the foam in between, right? The whole point of the foam, to make sure this doesn't happen like this. I mean, it's mostly sound. The foam is for the sound. I don't want to make it sound like the foam is for structural stuff, but usually it's easier. Okay. I'm also going to have to look out for, like, I'll especially have to do some testing on this, because it's harder to tell when your switches have gone into the sockets the correct way when you have all this foam in between. So like sometimes on my own, I feel like you can tactily feel when something goes in wrong, when something's pressed the way, like a way it's not supposed to. It's tougher with all the foam in the way. I feel like I'm gonna be stuck pulling up this plate the whole time, just to make sure that it's like actually flush the way it is. I think the foam here is too flimsy, maybe? Maybe that's what it is. Oof. My nail's gonna feel that later. Okay. Yeah. So maybe we'll do this top down so we don't have to worry about the plate. Like once we get an anchor there, maybe it'll stay the way it's supposed to. Now I know a lot of people just press down on their boards to get the switches in the slot, but I specifically am so paranoid about pushing down on it and somehow pushing the socket out from the other side. So I usually hold mine like this, and if you've seen any of my streams, you've seen me do it a lot. So what I'm doing is I'm holding these black sockets back here from this end, And the reason why I'm doing this, right, is so that if I'm pushing too hard from the front, it doesn't push this back. So like these sockets are soldered. So like these black sockets here, they're soldered to the PCB, the circuit board. And soldering is usually fairly sturdy, but it's not, you know, like impervious. It can be eroded by different things. So my goal is to support it from the back, and then I don't have to have those problems. Basically, how do we tilt these back? I'm trying to remember how to put in plate mounted stabs because it's been so long. There's also the question of what order does it go in? It's been so long since I put in plate stabs. Oh my god. Okay. So I'm pretty sure this is the correct way. Yeah, so you insert the wire into the opening and then slide it back, right? That's how you would do it. Oh, other questions that are important. I gotta make sure everything's done the right way. Okay, so is this... Okay, maybe this was upside down. Let's see. Come on. Oh, Lord. I feel like a child almost. Not remembering how to do this. Gosh darn it. I'm so sure this is how we're supposed to do it, right? And then, okay. So we've got that slid there. So... Okay, yeah. Okay, we did it. I just didn't slide it back far enough. Cool. Maybe I should go ahead and put the other ones in. Maybe I should go ahead and put the other ones in so I don't have to have these problems. The angle that I'm gonna have to do to get these in there is like crazy. I just don't have to go through this much trouble with like screw and stabs. But I suppose that's what I get, right? For abandoning the old ways. Okay. So this is this way. And then also just like the way that the wires go in, I'm so concerned about bending the wires unnecessarily. Crazy work. Okay, oh, shoot. The components, they're getting caught. Okay. Let me get this side in first. Okay. I'm sure that there's some person out there that's like, this is the easiest thing in the world. Why are you fucking... I'm just not used to it anymore, guys. I've gotten spoiled with the screw and stabs. Okay, wait. Okay, these are in the right way. I just gotta make sure they're, Here we go. And then this one also has to be pushed back. Here we go. We're so close. Further back. Here we go. All right, now we gotta do the specibars. All right. See, this is the part that really has me scared, right? Because like the bar for the space bar is so long, like it's so long. Like, how do you even make sure you get it far back enough, you know? How do you do that without bending it? Crazy. Okay. Get in there. Yes. Okay. Now we're here. We got the stab in. And now we've got to pull out the foam because the stab definitely distorted where the foam sits. And the foam has flex cuts, so that's part of the reason why it's bunched up this way. Oh, okay. Let me just push this back. Sorry guys, I was trying to work with the foam here. There's so many flex cuts, the way it bends, it was just... I had to like get in there so I could see what the heck was happening. This spacebar is probably gonna sound like ass with the foam here, but we're gonna see. These are supposed to be like very poppy, loud switches. So we'll see what becomes of this board once we build it. I will say, I'm not afraid to take a board apart and rebuild it if I have to. But my preference would be to not have to. Okay, the switch pins are through there. And then here, I think, is this way. Yeah. I am afraid. I did put this in correctly. Like, how do we even get this out? Oh no. How do we even get this one out? Because of the way it's oriented, right? Some unique placement. It did go through though. It did go in correctly. So it should go in correctly again this time. I just wanted to make sure nothing was being pushed out too far. I see the switch pins, so it looks like they're in there correctly. I'm gonna cross my fingers on that one. Fingers crossed that the enter does not become a problem. Now this bottom row, I'm not sure. Is this song gun bottom row? It may be. See the plates doing that thing again. So I'm gonna put some extras here on this top row, just so that additional pulling out that I have to do is limited to just this section of the board. I can put the rest of the stuff in without any issues. Yeah, and this switch got pushed out entirely. after already being locked in. So let's pull this out. Okay. Now I see switch pins, I think. Just looking here, I think I see switch pins all the way through. These are like very, very thick. Slaving away, putting in the switches. Yeah, and see, like, let me go ahead and toss this. I can see the switch plate coming up here. So it's like, what the F, man? As close to flush as I'm probably gonna get it, but it's just, this is rough. It's rough trying to make sure all these are in there the way they should be. Maybe not. The switches are fine. I'm just trying to make sure the plate is in the proper place it's supposed to be. So maybe I'll do this one. And then pull this up here. Add a little force. Support it from the bottom. See how this goes. And then I guess we'll do these 2 rows down here just to make sure everything stays in place. And then I guess we'll have to do it like that. So like the rows in columns essentially. Because this is a little ridiculous. Just saying. That's why I'm concerned about pulling or pushing too hard. Because I can feel the difference. And I'm pretty sure that I did order like the firm bottom out, maybe? I'll have to double check. But I'm just a little too concerned about how locked in everything is. And then another thing you can do to look is, so like I'm tilting it this way because it's easier for me. But so I'm going to tilt it the way I would want it to look in my eyes. You can look at how far up the bottoms of the switches are in the plate. So like for example, here you can tell that, which one is it? Sorry. So this one right here is a little further pressed in than this one. You can tell by looking at how much is poking through the PCB, right? So it's really kind of you can kind of tell how far up they are. And then like compare. And sometimes that will help you catch some of them. But only so much, honestly. Because some of it's going to be, you know, the foam is pushing in to a certain degree. But generally speaking, you want to make sure that all of the tops of your switches are poking through the same amount. I can already identify some of them that aren't. This one right here is not. I was able to push it back in. So that's cool. Love that for me. But it's just, you know, and then I have another one right here that isn't pressed in as far as it should be. And to a certain degree, some of them, it's just like, there's not much you can do, right? This one here in the second round, this one's ridiculously short by comparison. Yeah. Okay. This is looking a little better. This one... But yeah, if you're applying extra force to your switches, definitely make sure you're supporting it from the bottom. Because if you push the socket out, it's game over unless you've got some soldering skills, to be honest with you. Unless you have those soldering skills, you might be SOL. This is a little crazy, I will admit. For getting switches into a plate. This is just a little much. Just a teensy-weensy bit much. But that's cool. We're gonna put a few more in, then go back and review. Put a few more in, go back and review. That's just how we're gonna have to do it. We wanna make sure this gets done. Luckily, we put the leaf springs into the case already. So hopefully once we get ready to mount this sucker, there's gonna be some, oh no, I can already tell that's bent. Let's push that back down, baby. Cool. Pushing down with like as much strength as the board will let me. Try to make sure I've got everything in there correctly. Okay, so we got that in there. This feels like a section of foam is not where it's supposed to be. So let's see if we can fix that. I can tell just from looking, some of this isn't pushed up as high as it should be. I don't especially care where the foam, how the foam is situated after I get the switches in there, but I can't have the foam being an issue while I'm trying to get the switches in, especially for something like this where the switches are already an issue. Well, that's not fully in there. I can literally tell that's not fully in there. Oh, it's in there better now. Okay. I just had to make sure. So excited for this keyboard. I have another build to do after this one, but I'm not sure like how soon I'll be doing it. I posted about this on Blue Sky. I have a keyboard commission from my dad, Papa Lumi, and he wants me to build him a big silent 100% keyboard. Now, because it was convenient, I decided that I would get him the QK 101 because it's, I mean, 100% board projects, finding them with like good quality that's not super over the top, right? Is really tough. He's not into, like, Papa Lumi is not into the keyboard hobby in any fashion that would entice him to get something like a more expensive custom. He just wants something that would work. So I had to talk with him for a while about his expectations and what he wanted and all the other typical things so he could figure it out. Oh goodness, this one switch is gonna give me issues, isn't it? And then this one's also not in all the way. Somehow. Better. So that one's better, and then this one is worse. Oh, I see. It's right up under where the flex cut is, so the plate underneath of those is going to be difficult. All of the sections underneath that is going to be difficult. Well, it's better than it otherwise might be, so I guess we'll call it a success. Yeah, this is like nuts. I really don't think it's gonna get any further in than where it is. Let me take it out and see. Yeah, it went in there. Just this one time I want to see how it slots in. It does seem like it does. Yeah. This one's apparently got some issues. This PCB play combo is really struggling. It's a little crazy how much struggle there is. I'm slightly unhappy with this from the vantage point of like, this is a, you know, like a $600 board with a fancy wrist rest. I recognize this song. This is like a famous TikTok thing. I think it is. Yeah. I'm gonna skip this one just in case DCMA is coming after me. Okay, let's go ahead and get a few more in here. I wish I had gotten the flex cut board. I think that would have done me a bit better in terms of service. Sigh. But I suppose as long as the switches are coming up through here, right? It should be okay. We'll see how it looks after a bit. And we're about halfway through, so there is that. Don't mind me, I'm just eliciting all of my kind of like homegrown techniques for making sure the switches are in all the way and dealing with like the component bits. I just really don't want to have to take anything out and do this over if I don't have to, and flex cuts are just like, oh my god, flex cuts are so annoying. Also, I will say, I think I made the right call on the foams for this build. Just looking at what I can see, like in the Discord and stuff, they were very particular about their build guide. So if the build guide says use everything, I'm gonna try to use everything. Let's see. There's like a couple of corners. I'm gonna switch or two. I suppose I won't worry about it too hard. Let me finish this column and then I will look at the other side. We'll see what the status report is. Okay. Status report is this one. It's looking a little low. So it's that one. So I'm wondering if it's just a matter of me having to go back and push through everything after I'm finished to make sure everything's up all the way. I will say this is a little crazy. This is just a little crazy. I'm not even gonna risk it. We're gonna put the space bar in right here so I don't have to contend with it later. Literally right there. Yeah, this plate is just a little too bendy for my taste, personally. And I'm pretty sure, because I hit the, you know, the soft bottom out, I didn't quite think it was going to be like this. Get in there. You're so close to being in the correct spot in the correct way. This is so crazy to me. I'm just gonna say this for the record. Oh, excuse my, some gold chipped off my nail. Somehow not surprised by that. I just want to say for the record, I hate flex cuts. Whenever I used to like the idea of them, I had a couple of boards where they worked out really well. But then they started getting all crazy on me so far as this goes, like the plate dynamics and stuff, and it's just actually not worth it. Like, putting this board together, I already know this is gonna be one of those boards where, like, so help me God if I have to take this apart, you know? And then, like, you know, I only have 7 hands, so trying to deal with this all at once is like crazy. This definitely reminds me of, like, video game music in some very specific fashion. It's giving, like, space highway type deal. If you've ever played, like, any of the old SNES games, the SNES games, or, like, the Genesis games, there were just, like, certain level archetypes that always showed up in a game. Space Highway was definitely one of them. Okay. Home stretch, home stretch. We are doing our best. Our bestie, 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 bestie. What I am actually going to do is get the next bit in there, the next, like, row, column, the next column, and then I'll go back and look to see how it's doing. Preemptively pulling it up. Saying all this to say, this is annoying. Still nowhere near as bad as the 4mm art plate. I would like to say that for the record. I think this is a very important record keeping detail. Still not as bad as the 4mm thick brass art plate. Still not that bad comparatively. See that little bit that is no bueno. Okay. I think I got it by hooking it from underneath. Huh. Shock and awe, everything actually seems okay on this one. Not sure how we got here, but I'm not gonna complain too much either. A little while since I've been able to like talk shop about my keyboard journey with someone, so it's always nice when you guys come in and you have questions about what's going on. I feel like I've done enough streams at this point where you can kind of like, if you've seen some of my streams or if you've seen even some of like the VODs on like YouTube, you can kind of tell what I'm gonna say about like what something is, explaining it, you know. I try to explain it for the first, like someone's encountering it for the first time every time, because you never know. Like sometimes it is just people's first time seeing this content, right? But it is always very, very nice to talk to someone who is in the hobby. Ooh. Okay. Sorry, it just slipped off the side. Okay, only so many left. It's nice. I think I have enough switches for, I mean, definitely the rest of this, but this is one of those deals when I try not to get like way too many switches. I used to just get exactly the number that well, not exactly, but like maybe 5 above the number I needed, or 10 if the set was, if it was only sold in like packs of 10. But at this point, I've changed my strategy. I basically just get 90 of whatever switch it is. Why is this? It's because I've ended up swapping so many different switches in my builds over the years. At this point, you can pretty much find whatever sound profile of whatever it is that you want for your board. It's just a matter of like, you know, figuring out what the components, like what the components are, so you know what kind of sound you're getting. And that's pretty much it, completely honest with you. So saying all that to say that often when you're going, you know what? Let me just go in with this. It's just okay. All right, just a little, just enough to push the rest of the switch down. Okay, please get in there. Okay. Sorry, I wasn't digging into the PCB itself. I was trying to get into the foam so that I could pull up the plate, because it's just, the foam is so thick underneath. It's hard to pull up the plate without going underneath. But yeah, it's nice to just talk shop about old friends, people who joined the hobby at the same time, what was available at the time. Truly, it was a different world. Oh my gosh. I'm so excited for this board. It's just so stylized. I don't know what else to say. I enjoy this hobby so much. I feel like over the years, I've just had my appreciation for it grow. At first, I just wanted cool stuff because I like cool stuff. And that's fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with liking cool stuff or wanting cool stuff. But there is a part, right, that's like just the excitement of knowing that real people had the ideas and orchestrated things and put stuff together, right? Like this is a form of artistic expression for people, so it's almost like owning pieces of art, but like compatible pieces of art almost that you can like mix and match together, right? It's such a cool concept. That's basically what the keyboard hobby is to some extent, except, you know, obviously via keyboards specifically. You can have like a board that was inspired by someone's hometown, like their nationality colors, their country's colors. Mix that with some colors from like a flag from the same region. You could mix it with someone who made a set dedicated to like their pet cat that died or something some years ago. Someone's favorite animal, their favorite, even just like their favorite color, things that are related to it, favorite flowers, favorite anime characters, that has like a palette, right? Real quick, this supports caps lock, so I'm not 100% sure which one is the stepped caps. I do this every fucking time. I think this is stepped caps. I feel like I do this every fucking time. I never remember which one is fucking stepped caps. I'm sure that there's some sort of easy fucking rule that I just don't know. Oh, it's always the one to the left. It's always the one to the right. I'm certain. I feel like anyone watching this video would just be like, what the fuck, man? How do you not know? Okay. My brain just doesn't want to hold on to that information. Alright, cool. So I think we've gotten everything. Let me look at the back and see how the switches are pushed in. These last couple ones on the end here, they're a little, these ones are also a little, that's a bit better. That's also better. These two right here. Surprising no one that these two here are problematic switches. And then there are several ones at the end here. It's all these. I'm not 100% sure why these ones aren't. It's a little crazy in my personal opinion that they're choosing to be like this. Is it just the plate then? Let's look now. Yeah, that looks significantly better. This is still an issue. Why? Why are you having the troubles? I wedged this in here and then I have trouble getting it out. Okay. So looking at this PCB, there's a couple of problematic switches. So this isn't an O-ring or anything. It might be fine. I just want to get everything as close as possible to doing well, because I don't want anything to get like pushed out or anything. This one is apparently an issue for some reason. Not sure why. Okay. These over here, perfectly fine. It's just these last couple ones. This one for sure. Okay. And like I can feel it pushing past sometimes too when I try to get in there. Okay. Was it this one as well? Yep. Alright. There's something that's just caught in there. It's not all the way up. It's frustrating. So we got a couple up here that are also like that. Essentially wedging this in here to try to push it back down. I will say I'm very concerned about all the pushing I'm doing, to be honest with you. And then this one's not even slotting in. And then it's this one. I feel like this is it again. I feel like I literally just did this one. So that makes me nervous. Okay, everything looks okay now. Fingers crossed. Okay, so let's see what the instructions have for me. All right. Switch pins. Check to see if all the switch pins are properly installed. I was kind of looking at the switch pins. I was more so looking at the base here. Most of these look fine from what I'm seeing. Most of these look fine. Take a break. It shows someone smoking. It says this step is not recommended. Smoking is harmful to health. That's hilarious. All right. Okay. All right. So at this point, I should be installing the daughter board. So let's bring the bottom case back in here. Set this here, get this up. Yep. Come on up. All right. All right. So we got step 2. I mean, technically these are a lot of steps, but you know, part 1, part 2. All right. So it definitely says here the prototype had the cord coming out of the right side. But they changed it so that it's coming out of the left side now. Cool, cool, cool. I believe these are probably with the longer. Oh, maybe not. Yeah, okay. With this as possible. Let me see if I can make sure everything's aligned correctly, because I am not sure if it is. Okay. I don't want to touch any of these soldering with this. the screws here. This is back to the drawing board with these. I imagine that the longer ones that we were looking at are what we were looking for. The longer ones are more than likely what we were gonna do here. So let's get these here. Yep. Fits like a charm. So now we need another long one. No thanks, just that second one. I'm glad that there's extras in here though, just in case something happens. Was that for me? I don't like how close the screw is to the JST cable opening. So we're gonna keep that a little loosey-goosey, just a little tiny bit loosey-goosey. Oh, okay. All right, let's get some more of these in here. I think we did everything. All right, cool. So then this goes in there somewhere. The real question is, which way does this go? I'm dumb and did not look. Okay. I think it goes this way. Maybe. Oh, nope, the other way. I'm dumb. It's this way. Yeah, it's got to be this way, right? Yeah, because these are the stabs and everything. A little crazy how this ended up here. I feel like this isn't great design here. The way this is. Place the bottom foam inside the bottom piece and then pull the cable out. That is what it says. It does not look the way it looks in the photo though. This is rough. That's rough. I would be more apt to do this personally. But you know, that's not what it looks like, so all right. Whew. Sorry, it's early in the morning for me. The only thing I can guess is that they gave me the cutout for... They gave me the cutout for the other, the prototype, which had the cord coming out in a different direction. Unfortunate. I could cut something for this. Like it's possible to cut something for this, given how this looks. But let's see how the connectors even happen. Does the connection for it even happen? That's the good question. Okay, it does happen up here. And I see what that cutout is for. It's for the chip. At this point, it's so late / early in the morning. I'm just taking my time finishing this. I don't want to rush. Gonna be interesting. if I should just cut out another. If I should just cut out another square. I feel like I could, honestly. I feel like if I had a square that was like maybe right here, I feel like I could probably do that. Give me a moment. I'm gonna go get an X-Acto knife. Alrighty, that was indeed a second. So I am going to push this here and just kind of poke this area. And then I'm gonna move this out of the way so I don't accidentally nick anything. Honestly, all I need is just like some small cuts. It doesn't even have to be like a big thing. My issue with how the placement is that the curling, right? Like the way the cable curls, it curls literally like right over the JST cable slot. And that's not a good thing. So I just want like a small opening. It doesn't actually have to be exact or anything. This X-Acto knife sucks. Oh my gosh. Shittiest DIY job ever, but I just need an opening large enough for the GST and cable end to get through. Do I have scissors? I think I do. Let me finish this off with some scissors because I don't think this is working, but I think I've got scissors small enough for this. Real quick. Okay, perfection. Or at least something closer to it. Something closer to it. Alright, here we go. I can already tell 100% I'm gonna like this better. Yep. Yep. this is just the curve. The curve is better. All right, so we've got dumbbells, items pack. I just want to point out the packaging experience for this has been phenomenal. Han wants to do components that look similar to, like, I don't know, component packs. It's just been really cool. It's just been really cool how he has put these things together. So let's do these dumbbell things. And then, okay, we have these two. We got some feeds. So we want to put these around all of these here. And the flat top should be at the top. So that's how we're going to do them. On the other side. I feel like the switches are stabbing me now. So all in all, here's what I would say about this board. I like the fact that it comes with the instructions that we need, right? I am a little concerned. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm just gonna pour the rest of them out just in case. My main concern is that this board is not beginner friendly, even with the instructions. Like, I do think that this board is cool. I think that someone who wants this board, like the aesthetic of this board bad enough, can overcome the build issues. Maybe not like issues, but the board difficulty, the build difficulty. Because it's not especially intuitive with all the extra components and stuff. Also, the plate experience, not the worst experience I've had with a plate. Maybe top 5, but not top 3 in terms of like difficult plate experiences. So I do think that there could be some, I don't know, some sort of improvement there with the components. But it could also just be that the materials that are here to create the aesthetic just, you know, like that's just the hardship, right? This is not necessarily a beginner board. So I completely understand. All right, so we have all our dumbbells where they're supposed to be, and it looks like we have extras, so I will be keeping those. Okay, and then we are gonna fit the JST cable where it's supposed to go. And they actually took close-up pictures so you can see what way it's supposed to be oriented. And that's great. I think that's fantastic, and we need more of that in this hobby. More of people showing the way the connector is supposed to face. Because depending on how the plate, or not the plate, how the PCB is oriented, I've seen both. Okay. This is the most inelegant way to do this ever. To reduce my stress levels, so yep, got it in there. Cool. And then from here dumbbells are still in properly. Insert the connector. Place the entire inner components in the bottom case. So we should have liftoff here with how these dumbbells fit into the leaf springs. I just want to make sure everything's in there. Something about this one isn't in there the right way. Oh, okay, we fixed it, I think. I think it just wasn't aligned well. Okay. So at this point, we're almost done. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put this in here. See if the board even detects this on, because that's important. Okay, it seems like it is. So let me pull up keyboard checker and just run this really quick. Oh, whoops. I must have activated something by accident. Did I mute? Oh, I did. That is exactly what I did. I muted my headphones by accident because I'm dumb. All right, so let's get across. We did all the F's, so we should be good. Everything is detecting for me. Control, Windows, Alt. Got another Alt. Space bars here. Is this supposed to be second Windows? If it is, then that might be an issue. Let's take this out and see what's going on. This switch in particular. Come on. No, it's in there. Let's see. I specifically want to see if it shows me the layout, because if this is function, that's different, right? So I do think that because of the way they did the layout, I do think this is supposed to be function, and then this would be control again. Let me double check. Yep, that's control. That's alt, and I think this is just function. I think that's how that is working. Because the picture they have for the layout, it doesn't really give me very many options. So, all right, let me finish this up. Let me get the other keys. So these are all good. These are all good. These are all good. Did print screen by accident. All right. So everything seems functional here. Let me check the switches at the back. So we've got 1, 2, 3. Yeah, my guess is that it was meant to be function. I will check it later, but we do have one functional Windows key, so I'm not gonna complain too much. Honestly, I feel like could be worse. All right, so looking at the instructions, we're gonna start reassembling this bad boy. So let's get this back on top. So we've got to tighten the 2 screws at the front. So I didn't get those. Those were not attached, so this is the time to do that. So let's, whoops, it's about to come off again. So let's do some tightening. For anyone wondering, I definitely downloaded these instructions just so that years from now when I have to like do something with this, I can just look back at this and have a refresher. I didn't realize how important it was to just have the instructions for things. I've considered actually just uploading all of my instruction files for my keyboards, like into like, I don't know, Google Drive or something, so I can have them for later. That reminds me, these are extras. Please. I'm actually just going to put them in this bag here since it's empty, and this one has a little zippy zip top. All right, so let's throw that to the side with the screws. This I can actually toss, and then we get to move back to the big boy screw, and then I think there's a washer that's supposed to go with these. I think I saw it in the box. All right, let me take these out. Oh gosh, okay. Oh my gosh, did I tighten it too much? Apparently. Oh, I was doing it the wrong way because I'm stupid. Okay. Cool. All right, so let's chill out. Let's put the big screws in the bottom first, and then we'll deal with the washers and stuff. Because this is another way to secure the top on, so I don't have to worry about it falling off later. All right. Okay. Listen. Get this back in here. Cool, I guess. So then this would be those pieces. So I have to remember which way this went. I think it was this way. Right. So we did these first, these second. So let me swap for the smaller ones. We'll do this first. These are just gonna haunt me forever. I definitely dropped one somewhere. Gosh darn it. Oh, there it is. Okay. I was like, what the heck? For some reason, I only have 4 screws. I feel like these 2 didn't actually come in. Like they weren't actually in when I took this apart. There's extras in the screw bag, but that is kind of weird. I'll have to watch the footage back. I'm so sure one of these sides didn't actually have screws. with them when I took this apart. But that should be okay. I didn't drop anything. No, I don't think so. I think genuinely they just didn't have all the screws screwed in from the very beginning, because it just would have hindered the reassembly process. So let's see if I can get 2 short screws to go here. I think I have literally that. So let's see if we can get it in here. Yep. Fit exactly there. Perfect. So I'm actually just going to screw these in. And then put these back here. So we do have spares regardless, and that's great. We love that. Okay, so now we gotta do our washer dealio. Now the interesting thing here is that this came with a novelty wrist rest, so we'll have to grab that as well. Oh good lord, okay. I gotta actually turn this to see it, because apparently I can't. Can't screw it in otherwise. Here we go. Oh my god, okay. We're just gonna do it top down. For some reason the angle was off. I just didn't want to fiddle with it. Alright. Cool. So let's put this on here and then we'll do it to the other side. I'm not even going to fuck around and try to get this. Apparently my senses are off. So what I'm going to do is put this on and screw it in where I can see it instead of trying to do it by instinct. Here we go. Let's go. Okay. So we got the washers there. We've got the bolts. They have the washers. So now we're gonna do foot pads apparently. So there's 1 long and 2 short pieces. Feet. Alright. So let's do these 2 short ones first. Partially because they're already here, honestly. It's just easier to do when they're already here. And they do give good advice in the instructions to do the long one in sections when you go to do it. Come on, man, get out of here. It's like a piece of debris. I bought a case just for this board because it doesn't come with one. Crazy of them to give us such a stylized board and then like not actually. So it did come with 1, but they gave me 3. I like the amount of extras they've been giving me in this. So it says here, apply it in sections, right? Pressing firmly as we go along. That is what we're doing. Oh, no, wait, okay. Wait. There's words on one side. The branding is strong. I gotta make sure the branding is visible. They went through so much trouble to also make it visible. This feels like it feels like it could just be. It feels like I could just get it over a smidge more, and it would just be perfect, right? Right. Okay. This is it. This is it. This is the big leagues. We're here. Something about this needs to figure itself out. It almost feels like it's too long, like it's just a smidge too long for the impression. But that's okay. I think I figured it out. I'm probably gonna leave it to sit overnight. I think its own weight will be enough to help get the adhesive to stick. I'm glad that we have extras just in case. So I know that this works because I just plugged it in and tested it. This is hot. This is some hot shit right here. Small square window on the front can be customized with your... Oh! There, it literally says, this small square here can be customized with your name if you have like a label maker or something. That's cool. I don't think I'm going to do that. I feel like there's enough on here. This feels very much like Hans's keyboard and not my fucking board, so... Okay. So they applied a little example or whatever, and now we can put our keycaps on here. Okay. Now, I know that this seems like a lot, but wait. There's more. I'm gonna put the keycaps on this bitch, however, I do think it's also important to deal with the wrist rest. So, listen, the wrist rest has extra components to it, so I don't know. Crazy. So let's deal with this first. How about that? Because this is just I don't think, or rather, I do think, oh, the extra feeder for the wrist rest. I see. I see. We can. We're here. We're here. We've done it. We've got this part here. Okay, so not quite as many extras as I was hoping for. Fingers crossed that these don't ever come off for some reason. But if I've got the carrying case for it, it shouldn't be a thing that happens. My biggest issue has been when I've carried some of my boards just like in my purse, which I don't do with most of my boards. I want to say that much before anybody starts in on me about it. It's not a thing that happens very often. There's just specific boards that are better for travel when I'm out and stuff. So, all right, so we've applied the feet. The red block's already here. So, it says here, screw in. Okay, so that's these components here. And then we've got these. Okay. It says screw in the ball bolts in stacking order, shown in the image to secure the hooks. So we're on an adventure. See why I wanted to stream this board? There's so much like, my brain wants to say stuff, but there's so much personality to this board and how it was designed. It's a little fucking crazy. Okay. So from what I understand, it's gonna be one of these on the inside, and then this, and then another one of these washers, and then we screw it in. Good Lord. Okay. I'm definitely gonna have to do this up the same way I did with the screw parts for the board itself. I can screw it in, it's just easier to do it from the top down. Alright. And then cool. I assume like a slight curve in. So I think that's how they want it. So let me... I want to make sure it's symmetrical, right? Because these components look similar, but they're not. It depends on what side you're putting them on. All right, let's go. This one, I think I can get, actually. All right. So we got the bolts. Yeah, okay. So okay. The real question I have is, do we want the both sides to be like, right? Because like what they don't tell us, so here's what it says in the manual. In the manual, it shows on this side specifically that this angle juts out and it comes back in. But it's like, do we want the same, or you know what I mean, or opposite? I guess we'll find out. What's gonna happen is I'm gonna put these together and either it'll make sense or it won't. Okay, so the cover's already here. That's the hard kit. And then tighten the reinforcement screws on both sides. I feel like it's tightened already, to be honest. I don't think it needs to be tightened anymore. I'll fiddle with it just a little teensy weensy bit. Oh, my hex isn't even big enough. I'm certain it's fine. I think it's fine. I think the reinforcement screws is just for the hardware here. All right, it says it's ready to be paired with the board. Cool. And if I recall correctly, the way this works is you hook it up under this way. Yeah. And then you lever it up, right? So it's like stuck to the board this way. Does that make sense? So let me angle this up a bit more. Yeah. Yeah. So these hooks keep it angled to the board. The manual says, "Thank you, love you, goodbye." That is so funny to me. That is so very funny to me. Okay. Give me a moment. I'm gonna grab the keycaps. Alrighty. Let's see if we can get ready to have a good time. Last stretch, home base. We are here. We are here. And I have to say, I really love, and this is just me, right? I really, 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 really love how these match with the rest of the board. I think that that's crazy work, honestly, that I managed to make that happen. Now, the beiges of these are not exact, but they do coordinate. They're pretty close. And this does have mad flex on it, too. Is that on all the way? I am a little concerned about how far down this is being pushed. My preference was for both of those to go up at the same time, but we can't all have what we want, apparently. Something about that felt off. No? I guess that is, in fact. Cool. And then I have the F13. There's other stuff I want to put on this keyboard, and we're gonna have to figure out how this is gonna work, because this is gonna be a very stylized piece, let me tell you. I'll tell you that right now, actually. There's a couple of things I want to put on it. I'm gonna have to remap some of these sections here, because I got some special things to go with it. I got this cool Capzine special edition calendar, and basically it's also one of Han's things. Like, as you can see here, it says Han's calendar. So there's 3 different kinds that they have for telling what day of the year it is. So they have this 4U one, that's the one that I have. They have a 5U one, so it's basically like 4 and then a block for this side, and then a 6U cap. So like when we say 6U, it basically just means like 1U is each one of these, right? It's the length of a keycap. So normally there's 6 keys here. So this would in fact be like 6 1Us. So if I have this 4 block right here, the 4 block is gonna probably go here. So basically Han said, the designer said that he wanted to release keycaps in a similar fashion to how people release like magazine editions and things like that. So he's been releasing different collections of decorative keycaps to go with his keyboards, essentially. And his website has like 1,000,001 of them for show. And they're great. I really think that he's doing some innovative stuff, assuming it's a key. Look at this packaging, like just hard packaging. It's just really cool. Good luck and happy new, right? right? Happy every year. And just the idea of being able to, you know, they explain what the caps are like again. You can see the different editions. I only got the one because I just have the one board, right? And I want to be able to use it. So I was not interested in buying a million of the calendar things because I feel like the style of this keycap goes along with this board really well. But I don't have very many other boards where I feel like that aesthetic would fit, so I just got this one. Now, obviously, the issue here is going to be oh cool, it has like the different days of the month here. Okay, so you can actually spin both pieces. I didn't realize that. So if it's like July 2nd, you could go to 7 for July and then turn this to like the 2. And then that'll be like today's date or whatever. Crazy. Crazy. That's really interesting. I like that a lot, actually. So, yeah. I am going to put this on here. Because this is super cool. If I can get it on there. I want to make sure I do it properly. There we go. Yeah, so you can spin this part and you can spin this part separately. Now, obviously, the unfortunate thing about this is it takes up 4 blocks here, right? So then there's the question of what will this be? Now, I'm probably going to have to remap this board straight up. So that I can actually have like a delete button or something. So I don't know. We'll see how that goes. But that's just a completely different thing. But let's get the rest of these on here for now, I suppose. Oh, you know what? We're gonna look at some of the other keycaps that I have from him. Because I got a couple of different ones. And I realized the thing that's difficult about this, right, yeah, is that every time I add a decorative key on there, the goal should be for those keys to maybe not be ones that I use a lot, because it just sort of defeats the purpose. I'm just ripping through this packaging. I've been admiring it for like the last month and a half. I think it will be okay. So again, this is like the type of packaging, hard packaging, special edition, right? So it's like a special thing. So what I'm thinking is I'll actually just keep these up here. That's what I was thinking. And this here, and when I remap this board, these will probably stay what they normally are. The scroll, lock, and pause is usually print, if I remember correctly. And then these are the Love Punch ones. These didn't come in a fancy hard box. They came in a fancy soft box. So it's randomized hearts. And this keyboard also came with one. It came with a separate one. So I'm wondering what I should do. My guess, right, is the F row, because I don't use very many of these. So I have 13, you know, like F row keys or whatever. So my guess Because we've got 1 here, right? So that leaves us with 12. And I've got 8 here, random, right? And then these. So my guess is if I have 8, right, I have 4 left that don't get used or whatever. So I'm thinking I'll probably leave out maybe like the ones that I don't use as often. So like F5 gets used a lot for me. F11 gets used a lot for me. I suppose F10 also could be used a lot. Depending. It kind of depends, honestly. And so I think F10 and 11 are usually things that I want to keep, just in case. So, I don't know, man. There's a lot of silver happening here. I can tell you F1 I don't use very often at all, so there's that there. F2 is like useful. I also did consider the star for this one, but it just feels kind of It's a question of what I want to do. It's hard to pick. So I'm gonna put this here and this here, maybe. And then I have 2 more. 2 more is like too much, right? Like, maybe what I should do, I could save some of these for a different board, for like different boards. That is possible also. I think I could save these. I could probably find other boards to put these 2 on and just save that the way it is. I think that could work. And then we'll just deal with it that way. Especially because if I end up getting anything else from this website, essentially, it'll be a whole thing. Oh shoot. We're almost at, we're at 4 hours. 4 hours, that's actually not that bad. I was expecting worse, to be honest. This sounds so hopeful. I have a board that had these keycaps on it before, and I wonder if I can find the photos of how I had it built. I think I can, actually, because I'm gonna steal something similar. Oh. Okay, I'm armed with knowledge, right? That's what we want here. Armed with knowledge. There were actual translations for these keys that I was very excited by. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Like, definitely for sure, I knew what the translations of these were. So like these keycaps are related to essentially newspaper stuff in Japan. Do we? No, I didn't think so. That's gotta be Sangamon Row. Like, it has to be. If it's not, I'll I'd be so upset. Okay. That's so short. That's so short, so it can't be that. That can't be the thing. I think the other build had a smaller shift on that side, so maybe that other shift was what I was looking for. I'm gonna sit this here for now. Oops, and we'll keep in mind that we want something different there. I think I did the black accent arrows, and I want to do those again. So let's see. We've got 0. Delete, but no, I would need the row 1 delete. Print, I don't think we're going to use that, but I want to make sure we could possibly. These are for the number pad, which we're not using. No, not that one. Bracket. Control, absolutely. The enter, we did not use that before, but I want to make sure that's the correct alt. Yeah, I think we're gonna end up liking the black here. I am so sure that these are gonna end up being home and end. Like I'm just so sure. So what I'm thinking, honestly, is having this for the delete key, right? I'm gonna nix these out so that even if I press down on them, it's like not. I use the delete key so much, I don't want this to be anything. It'll mess up my life if it is. So what I'm thinking is home here, end here, and delete. And then if this is function, we'll have page up, page down that way, because it's usually how that works for me. I feel like this is coming together so well. Like the vision in my head, I feel like it's percolating, it's working, you know? I try to think of what keycaps might be good for a board like this. Oh, is this the only one they get? Oh, do we not have one with like the black on there? I don't even know if they sell this keycap set anymore. If I end up finding the translation somewhere, I'll definitely have to go out of my way to make sure I save a copy in my keyboard folder for later. It's just not one of those things you think of. There's so much flex on here. That's so cool. Alrighty. So we're definitely in the home stretch. We're doing it. Come on. No. These are all numpad things. F9 is not one of the ones that we need. F10 is, though. Okay. No. This one. And this is the super that I was looking for. However, I want to see if there's another key we could put there instead. Oh shit. I definitely dropped something. That's okay. Normal arrows. These are just the shortcut keys. It's all coming together. It's all coming together. I'm so happy. I don't need that one. That's like an international key. So many different types of space bars. Scroll, we're not going to use that. We're not going to use that. F5 is one of the ones we're keeping. We've got B and O. This up here. It's going to be our escape, our escape. They gave us 2 B's in case we had a... I'm trying to think of which one is the enter. I don't think... I'm trying to think. That's regular caps lock. Now the question is, do I want to swap where I have that placed to have a different caps lock? Possibly. Don't actually know. I think this is tab. I'm so sure that that's tab. Also, I think there's a different key for this. Oh, we might be able to have that in white and red. I might like that better. So we'll see. No, we need the long boy controls. I'll sideline that for later as well. These are regular shifts. Already have the end we need. Z. F4 is covered, so no. Control, that's too long, I think, yeah. Page up. It's an international key. So I don't think so. I don't think we'll be doing that. No. I think this could go here. Yeah, okay. Potentially, so I may do that. Because that is more exciting. We've got the end key we need already. Numpad stuff. And we're so close to the home stretch with this. You can tell I don't need that key because it is black. Okay. This is another enter. I like the black enter, so I'm gonna leave that there. The alts, no. We've got a couple of accent keys over here. I'll have to sort that out in a bit. F12, that's covered. So we're good there. Geez, there's so many spaces. There's so many... I'm trying to think. Is F8 one of the ones that I use often? I'm going to... I'll keep F8. I gotta look and see what it does. don't remember off the top of my head. I like outside of BIOS stuff. I don't remember. Okay, that's maybe. Sorry, this is a very stylized board, so I want to do the everything justice with the stylized keycaps. It's just like it defeats the purpose. Just throw some on there if I'm just gonna swap it after stream or something like that. I just think that's silly. That alt is too small. We've got another super. This has such wide compatibility. Oh my god. Home. Let's put that right there. Crazy work, I just want to say, with this keycap set. Crazy work that they gave us this much compatibility with this set. I think this set wasn't even like that expensive. F10, F11, 3. Oh, that's the British 3. They even did that. How thoughtful of them. FN, a long FN. We don't even need that long an FN. We don't need that page down. P. Got plus and then a 9. Alright, so let me gather all this up because these are the last ones, the last vestiges of this set. So that I don't have to worry about this wobbling anymore. Cool. Then I can just discard directly in there. We don't need that. Wait. No, we don't do that. Alright, so we got that there. They gave us more than one of those. Control over here. F13, we have that already. F6. No. Control. Y. So I'm thinking maybe because there's so much red already on this board, maybe to move, like exchange these two. That's what I'm thinking. Pause. F7. No, that's not one of the ones we need. This copy. No. Got one of these. Not sure what I'm gonna do with that. Just wanted to take a look at it. F2. We have F3 for some reason. I don't think I use 3. So now I'm wondering if I should swap 3 out with something else. H, and then that's the other alt that we were looking at. Okay. So I'm considering this one for this row. And it does fit, so I think I'm going to let that sit there and just be I think there's an backspace key that I passed up somewhere. Which is unfortunate, but a little easier to try to find because it's gonna be one of those 3 boys, right? So I'm pretty sure it's this one. Yeah. Alright, so we got this, and I think this is the counterpart to put that back. Set this here. And then I'm gonna swap this and this to space out the red a little bit. There's so much red. And then I don't even know, like, I don't even use every, like, my guess is I should probably swap something here. Something here needs to be swapped. Just for my personal balance, I actually use these boards, so sorry if this is just a little too much. Oh, you weren't down all the way. That's cool. So let's do this. We're gonna put F6 here. We're gonna move this here. Move this down here. F8 goes here. And then I think we'll swap these two because there's space, right? So this is the board. I feel like there's other things that I could do, but there's no real point. Oh, I did want to swap this. I don't know why, but I don't like there being this much black up here specifically. I'm not sure why it bothers me, but personally like this better. Do I? Oh, I don't know. Went through all that trouble to get it off, and then it's like, do you like it? I don't fucking know. Unbalanced now, so I'm just gonna fine. All right, so then the secondary question is there a, should I put something over here or just leave it delete? I feel like I should just leave it delete instead of doing a bunch. I think we've done the amount we can do. I think this is about as stylized as this is gonna get. Outside of potentially locking in one of the other heart things. But F5, I press a lot for refresh. F11. The rest of these will probably stay untouched. Very likely. One last swap and then we'll get to the test. I don't know. The silvers were too close together. It was bothering me. I promise I do not have diagnosed ADHD. Alright, let's clean this desk up just a little bit. Oh my god, Nico. I don't even know when you came in here. My god. I just wanted you to know I've been here the whole time and this keyboard is rare. Oh my god, you're so sweet. Also, Dinko. I can't believe you're still sub to me. It's crazy. Well, it's nice to know I wasn't just talking to myself here. Keyboard building is always nicer with friends. still have to figure out what I'm gonna do with these two. Maybe I'll gift them away to someone. You never know. Okay, so let's get all the sharp pointy objects out of here. And then one of these screwdriver pieces is like, it's somewhere over here. Oh, there it is. Okay, I was gonna say. The reason why it's a danger to have them out is because if they scratch up against the aluminum, they could like fuck something up. So, scratch off some of the coating, that kind of thing. I have simply been enjoying the vibes of me fussing at every stage of this board. I actually finished it in less time than I wanted. I probably could have forced it at 4 minutes, but I wanted to take my time. I really love this board. All the components come together so nicely. It's supposed to be VIA compatible for basically for testing and reprogramming and stuff, which is very useful. However, where is the plug-in? Okay. But like, I don't know if I trust it. Let's see. Will it actually load the device without me having to do anything crazy? I think the answer is no. I think it's gonna make me load the file for it, but I do have the file for it, so there's at least that. Or at least I thought I had it. Let's see. I definitely thought I had it. Let's see. Go to downloads. No. I swear I literally just downloaded it before we even got to stream. It's super cute. I love the little timer knob. Yeah, it's a calendar. So the silver part spins for the month, right? You can put the month right here. Or I'm sorry. The red part is for the month. The silver part is for the day. So you can go around and like, if I wanted to put today's date, for example, today is like the 22nd technically. 20th. Can I even see? It's so tiny. 26, 24, 22, right? And then the month is, it's the 5th month. So technically it would be turned to something like this for today's date. Super interesting. And I think that's neato. Yeah, I think it's super neato. Let's see. So let's see if I can find what folder did I put the JSON in? It's literally in the folder. Why can't I find it then? Gross. Okay. So let's see. Will it actually go now? It will. Okay. So here's the deal, right? I've got to change some of this stuff, essentially. Okay. So really quick, I'm gonna change it so that anything on these just doesn't do anything, because I just don't. I think I'll if I just accidentally fuck something up. So I'm gonna change this to home, this to end. So that's home and end the way it is here. And then I'm going to change this to delete because that is literally what it says. Oh, I'm also considering, I could swap these and put the delete here so that it's just like a column of functional keys. That will work, right? I think that will work. What do you think, Denko? I'm gonna click out of OBS because I'm afraid if I don't, it'll just be some crazy nonsense. Yeah, definitely still went to screen cap. So if I do that, right, and then change this to delete. So that means like I still get the functionality, right, of print here. Hey, that is exactly what happened. I muted myself again. Alrighty. So I'm thinking that'll at least give me like a functional column that I can live with. Makes sense to you? Great. I'm glad that it makes sense. Let me move that over just a little bit. Okay. So we've done all the things. I've basically remapped this board. So we have print scroll. We've changed this to delete. It's exactly what it says on the tin. I do think that there's a layer 2. Yeah. So we're gonna put page up and page down here. Honestly, that's pretty much all I need to do here. Everything else is basically just gonna stay the same. So let's close this out. Let's unplug this. And we're gonna turn our music down and get some tippy tappies in. Okay. So we're gonna tilt this just a little bit closer, but not too much closer. I've been wanting to get slightly better, more realistic, right, kind of audio. So now that we've got this unplugged, let me move that out the way a little. This is the Hans 80 keyboard by WinMix Design, and Han, which is like the name of the designer, right? So here we go. I don't think I have any filters on. I want to make doubly sure. Yeah, I don't think there's anything on it. So here we go. Hey, so that was pretty good, right? It sounds so cute. Yes, I also think that this board is cute. I do know what I'm gonna name it. For those of you who are watching the VOD or aren't familiar with my streams and lurking, I usually name my keyboards because I'm a crazy keyboard lady, right? Comes with the territory. So the names that I was given based on some other conversation with some friends today was that the name should start with a W. I got this in part because I feel like this cute little button pressing sounds matched the cord here, right? We're here with the red, we're here with the beige. It's here, we're red and beige, right? We ended up going with winter with a Y for this one. And my friend also bought one of these. So we both named ours names that start with W. He named his Wave, right? So Wave in winter. And because the color scheme is so similar with the accents and everything, you can see these here real quick, just removing this. It's got this accent right here. It's got this accent right here, even though you can't see it half the time, right? So I was thinking big sister status, right? Or brother, older sibling status. So based on how this was gonna come out, I was going to name this either Wyvern or Winnie, also known as Wilhelmina. And I think I'm gonna go with Wilhelmina, to be completely honest with you folks. I feel like it's whimsical, I think it's cute, and a simple nickname for something that's much more complicated, I think fits the motif of this keyboard very well, honestly. So Wilhelmina it is. I love she. I'm glad you love she. I also love she. So Wilhelmina it is. Wilhelmina it is. I love how this came out, just all the decorative keys and stuff. The design language and philosophy of this design studio, I suppose that's what we'll call it, has been very interesting. They've come out with some other keycaps I've been interested in, like decorative ones. Like the hearts are nice. I'm glad to have them, especially on keys like that I don't use very often. Yeah, I'm looking forward to potentially getting other keycaps that I can put on here for decoration. But I feel like I won't be able to do too much more. I can probably get away with maybe these two. And I think I'll have to call it quits after that. But yeah, this is nice. Wilhelmina. Very nice. I think I'm sold on it, honestly. I think I've sold myself on the name just by virtue of just explaining the philosophy to you guys. So it's been almost 5 hours, which is, I'm not gonna lie, usually it takes 4 hours for me to build a board. The fact that this one had so many moving pieces and having to take it apart and figure it out and everything, I think 5 hours is pretty good because I was stopping to talk and stuff along the way. So I am going to call it a night. I still have to work in the morning. It's crazy. It's 6 a.m. where I am. So I'm actually gonna call it here. Normally I would try to, do a whole outro thing, but it's actually so early in the morning. I'm gonna go crash. Oh my God, I'm gonna go crash. So I want to say thank you to everyone who came to visit and stopped by to say hello. Thank you for the wonderful screen. Thank you for lurking. You're so sweet, Denko. I love you. And good morning, Winnie. Yes, I love Winnie as the name for this. This keycap set's floated around a couple of boards, but I think it's found its home here. I think we're here. I don't always do monochrome type matchups with my boards, but when I do, I try to make sure they're really special, and this does feel special. This feels super special. So, with that said, I'm gonna go to bed. If you need to go to bed, take this as a reminder to do that. If you haven't had any water in a while and you need some, take time to do that. If you haven't had a meal, take time to do that. Whatever it is that you need to be doing, take this as a sign to go do it. So, I'm off to bed. I'm Luminous Peak for anybody who may have forgotten or just tuned in for some reason. And I just want you to remember that you matter and to take care of yourself. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye.